KR33 puts. April 23, 2021. 763 contracts, DB. 17 calls. January 21, 2022. 697 contracts. KR33 puts. April 23, 2021. 860 contracts, PRPL. 45 calls. July 16, 2021. 769 contracts. MSOS. 48 calls. April 16, 2021. 900 Mara. 45 calls. April 9, 2021. 952 contracts. Beak. 60 calls. April 16, 2021. 500 contracts, NCLH. 32 calls. September 17, 2021. 500 contracts. C55 puts. January 21, 2022. 2,849 MSOS. 48 calls. April 16, 2021. 500 X29 calls. April 16, 2021. 700 contracts. TSLA. 770 calls. April 16, 2021. 300 contracts. FB. 300 calls. April 1, 2021. 396 TSLA. 770 calls. April 16, 2021. 3 TWTR. 64 calls. April 1, 2021. 260 contracts. TSLA. 770 calls. April 16, 2021. 326 contracts. FUBO. 28 calls. April 9, 2021. 295 TSM. 125 calls. April 1, 2021. 591 contracts. FNKO. 30 calls. April 16, 2021. 570 contracts. NVDA. 545 calls. April 1, 2021. 100 NVDA. 545 calls. April 1, 2021. 117 contracts. FCX. 35 calls. April 9, 2021. 500 contracts. BIDU. 230 calls. April 16, 2021. 500 NVDA. 555 calls. April 16, 2021. 25 calls. April 16, 2021. 898 Equity Block. RLX. 833,300 shares. MRO. 11 puts. April 9, 2021. 500 contracts. NVDA. 555 calls. April 16, 2021. 346 contracts. QS. 58 calls. April 16, 2021. 1060 contracts. QS. 64 calls. April 16, 2021. 2000 contracts. AAPL 125 calls. April 23, 2021. 1 AAPL 125 calls. April 23, 2021. 1105 contracts. Equity block. AFRM 250,000 shares. F13 puts. June 18, 2021. 2,848 contracts. LUMN 13 calls. April 9, 2021. 1,009 contracts. AZN 46 puts. May 7, 2021. 2,000 contracts. XLF 35 calls. April 16, 2021. 13,000 and AMC. 11 calls. April 16, 2021. 532 UXIN. 1 calls. April 16, 2021. 1100 XLF. 35 calls. April 16, 2021. 2020 KOPN. 15 calls. April 16, 2021. 501 XLF. 35 calls. April 16, 2021. 4,983 contracts. UXIN. 1 calls. April 16, 2021. 1,139 contracts. YALA. 30 calls. April 16, 2021. 1,220 QQQ. 322 calls. April 23, 2021. 1 NFLX. 532 calls. April 1, 2021. 101 contracts. XLF. 35 calls. April 16, 2021. 3,999 contracts. CGC. 33 calls. April 9, 2021. 500 contracts. VXX 11 puts. May 14, 2021. 537 contracts. Equity block. JD. 160,000 shares. XSPA. 2 calls. May 21, 2021. 500 contracts. SLV. 38 calls. June 17, 2022. 560 UXIN. 2 calls. May 21, 2021. 517 AMC. 12 calls. April 16, 2021. 608 contracts. ZO. 16 calls. April 16, 2021. 508 contracts. KMI. 17 calls. April 16, 2021. 1,625 contracts. Equity block. HYG. 282,331 shares. Equity block. JNK. 459,478 shares. AMC. 12 calls. April 16, 2021. 827 equity block. EMLC. 319,981 shares. Equity block. EMB. 599,900 shares. Equity block. MBB. 135,9675 shares. AMC. 11 calls. April 16, 2021. 500 contracts. FCX. 32 calls. May 21, 2021. 500 SNPR. 12 calls. April 16, 2021. 750 equity block. SPY. 251,164 shares. Equity block. SPY. 251,164 shares. Equity block. IEMG. 291,891 shares. Equity block. FNDE. 312,656 shares. Equity block. SPY. 502,327 shares. AMTX. 30 calls. April 16, 2021. 710 SNO. 250 calls. April 9, 2021. 505 equity block. SPY. 502,327 shares. MSOS. 48 calls. April 16, 2021. 1,000 equity block. SHYG. 159,3831 shares. Equity Block VGIT 742,818 shares. AMC 10 calls. April 16, 2021. 505 SNDL 1 calls. October 15, 2021. 550 Equity Block IGSB 684,2803 shares. AMC 10 calls. April 16, 2021. 1,200 Equity Block F 314,500 shares. TSLA 662 puts. April 9, 2021. 200 Equity Block F 157,200 shares. View 12 calls. September 17, 2021. 592 View 10 calls. May 21, 2021. 500 contracts. WKHS 18 calls. April 16, 2021. 600 INFN 10 calls. May 21, 2021. 1001 contracts. Equity Block X 160,000 shares. NNDM 10 calls. April 16, 2021. 500 contracts. WKHS 18 calls. April 16, 2021. 605 contracts. Equity Block MUB 117,9100 shares. Equity Block SPY 251,164 shares. Solo 5 calls. April 16, 2021. 500 contracts. Solo 5 calls. April 16, 2021. 500 contracts. MSFT 242 calls. April 1, 2021. 500 AEVA 17 calls. July 16, 2021. 840 Equity Block XLF 969,900 shares. Equity Block CODI 160,000 shares. Equity Block, IWM, 449,176 shares. Equity Block, SPY, 251,164 shares. WMT, 140 calls. April 16, 2021. 3,000. Equity Block, IGIB, 548,7267 shares. Equity Block, GE, 600,000 shares. Equity Block, VG, 158,500 shares. Equity Block, VCLT, 300,000 shares. BIDU, 230 calls. April 9, 2021. 208 x 23 calls. April 16, 2021. 500 contracts. CLMT, 7 calls. May 21, 2021. 737 contracts. Equity Block, XPEV, 150,000 shares. Ely, 30 calls. May 21, 2021. 532 contracts. Equity Block, LW, 300,000 shares. AAPL, 124 calls. April 9, 2021. 1,005 contracts. AMZN 3200 calls. May 21, 2021. 98 contracts. Equity block. Near 462,658 shares. Equity block. SPY 251,164 shares. Equity block. LQD 263,000 shares. Equity block. HYG 287,800 shares. Equity block. SPY 251,164 shares. Equity block. AAPL 228,944 shares. Equity block. INTC 600,000 shares. Equity block. MDT 979,855 shares. Equity block. PYPL 150,000 shares. Equity block. NKLA 150,963 shares. Equity block. STNE 299,900 shares. Equity block. AAPL 180,619 shares. Equity block. INTC 600,000 shares. Equity block. INTU 182,608 shares. Equity block. MOS 160,677 shares. Equity block. MKC 164,323 shares. Equity block. PYPL 150,000 shares. Equity block. XLNX 185,017 shares. Equity block. SPY 251,164 shares. Equity Block VGIT 742,818 shares. TGNA 19 calls. April 16, 2021. 507 Equity Block VGIT 742,818 shares. EWZ 32 puts. April 9, 2021. 620 EWZ 32 puts. April 9, 2021. 2,200 Equity Block BSX 351,281 shares. Equity Block SPSB 153,6394 shares. Equity Block JPST 196,9787 shares. Equity Block Stay 189,450 shares. Equity Block SPAB 571,024 shares. SFM 25 puts. May 21, 2021. 509 Equity Block LQD 406,730 shares. RAB 10 calls. July 16, 2021. 655 contracts. Equity Block SPY 502,327 shares. CS11 puts. June 18, 2021. 1,894 contracts. CLF21 calls. April 30, 2021. 510 contracts. Equity block. BSCL. 1845716 shares. Equity block. IOVA. 1999100 shares. ABNB. 195 calls. April 9, 2021. 300 ABNB. 195 calls. April 9, 2021. 221 contracts. Equity block. IWM. 1 million shares. Equity block. QQQ. 735,000 shares. MGM. 40 calls. April 9, 2021. 1,000 contracts. Equity block. SPY. 251,164 shares. Equity block. BNS. 191,000 shares. Snow. 250 calls. April 9, 2021. 100 contracts. Equity block. EWZ. 611,200 shares. QQQ. 340 calls. June 18, 2021. 3,000 contracts. AAL. 24 calls. May 21, 2021. 3,000 contracts. USO. 35 puts. July 16, 2021. 8,000 CS10 puts. May 21, 2021. 869 contracts. Equity block. SPY. 251,164 shares. Equity block. BPY. 250,000 shares. TSLA. 600 puts. April 16, 2021. 209 KMB. 136 puts. April 30, 2021. 1,000 equity block. STNE. 198,5861 shares. NIO. 40 calls. April 9, 2021. 825 contracts. Equity block. JPEM. 943,460 shares. Equity block. ET. 276,400 shares. Equity block. ARKK. 250,000 shares. CS10 puts. May 21, 2021. 1029 contracts. PLTR. 23 puts. April 9, 2021. 690 contracts. O. 22 calls. May 21, 2021. 702 contracts. CLF 20 calls. May 21, 2021. 749 contracts. Equity block. SPY. 502,327 shares. SPC. 37 calls. April 16, 2021. 1000 EWZ. 32 puts. April 9, 2021. 2,489 contracts. NIO. 41 calls. April 9, 2021. 579 equity block. SWIR. 150,000 shares. Equity block. EWZ. 620,500 shares. EWZ. 32 puts. April 9, 2021. 1,570 contracts. Equity block. QQQ. 328,652 shares. Equity block. FLOT. 306,131 shares. Equity block. IEFA. 349,650 shares. ADI. 165 calls. June 18, 2021. 500 equity block. ESGU. 550,000 shares. Equity block. QQQ. 410,815 shares. ADI. 165 calls. June 18, 2021. 700 ADI. 165 calls. June 18, 2021. 900 equity block. APHA. 250,000 shares. Equity block. IPOE. 160,000 shares. Guild. 70 calls. May 21, 2021. 500 contracts. Equity block. QQQ. 410,815 shares. Mod. 12 puts. August 20, 2021. 500 contracts. Equity block. SPY. 502,327 shares. X38 calls. May 21, 2021. 500 contracts. BABA. 235 calls. April 9, 2021. 300 contracts. FUBO. 28 calls. April 9, 2021. 646 contracts. FUBO. 28 calls. April 9, 2021. 740 equity block. COG. 150,000 shares. Equity block. BPY. 250,000 shares. Equity block. BPY. 500,000 shares. VXX11 puts. May 14, 2021. 980 contracts. SFM. 25 puts. April 16, 2021. 550. Ride. 12 puts. May 21, 2021. 1990. 24 calls. April 16, 2021. 646. EBN. 7 calls. May 21, 2021. 1064. EBN. 7 calls. May 21, 2021. 1500. Equity block. FRX. 911,567 shares. TEF. 5 calls. September 17, 2021. 1071 contracts. SOXL. 42 puts. April 16, 2021. 1037 contracts. SOXL. 42 puts. April 16, 2021. 1033 contracts. ICLN. 25 puts. April 9, 2021. 1315 contracts. AMAT. 140 calls. April 1, 2021. 360 equity block. IVV 500,323 shares. NCLH. 32 calls. September 17, 2021. 500 contracts. Equity block. DOYU. 200,000 shares. Equity Block, CRDF, 198,505 shares. Equity Block, CRDF, 209,600 shares. Equity Block, DOYU, 200,000 shares. WFC, 40 calls. January 21, 2022. 2,350 contracts. Equity Block, INDA, 720,000 shares. Equity Block, OPCH, 213,606 shares. Equity Block, FENY, 473,968 shares. Equity Block, IAU, 1001850 shares. Equity Block, ASHR, 330,000 shares. Equity Block, SRLN, 142,000 shares. Equity Block, SPY, 502,327 shares.
All right. Some quick casual
Equity block.
observations regarding the current positions
CVD.
and the structure of the market.
200,000
Qs
shares.
are taking a lot of upside due to, believe it or not, FANG stocks today. Today it's kind of a weird day. They wait till April Fool's Day to buy in. As you can see, a lot of biotech sector is up. So all of a sudden, yesterday's little 60-minute pop above last conditional change. I said if you get a market where in the next couple days you get a pivot greater than the prior day's pivot, that was the first time that we saw that anomaly happen. Market was trending lower, it broke out, and then before the close, I know I presented this to you where you could see that the daily pivot was projecting higher. That's a good technical sign, and then we are getting some upside. So over the next couple days, if we get a close, daily close, weekly close over weekly pivot, that's got to be good. What's today? It's the end of the week. I just wanted to make sure that you all understood that tomorrow is a monthly unemployment report, and the futures are open. If I'm not mistaken,
PLTR.
I thought I posted this somewhere,
puts.
but
April
I wanted
9th,
to just make sure it
2021.
reached your ears.
590
The
TLT.
futures are open tomorrow morning.
136
I
puts.
think
April 9th, 2021.
I think it's
600
8:15.
equity
I'll double
block.
check my notes.
Koji.
Central time,
160,000
9:15
shares.
Eastern. So it gives you 45 minutes to maybe adjust positions.
AMC.
And it's really
9
bizarre
puts.
how the Merc in their
April
infinite
9th,
wisdom and
2021.
committees figure this out.
597
I think the
contracts.
bond market is open, the bond futures, interest rate futures, so the euro dollars, and the Forex market, like as if anyone trades the Forex futures
Equity
in
block.
this world, right? It's all
NSTB.
Bitcoin now, so who gives a rat's ass?
150,000 shares.
For banks to possibly adjust their quarterly cash flows, they're giving the currencies till 9:15, an hour extra for bonds. I got to double check this because I know I saw it. I'm sure I'm right. I just don't believe it. So I think that's the deal. But I'll get I will post that in the live trading room in just a few minutes when I get the spreadsheet thing from the Merck's website for you guys. If you're interested in what is trading on Good Friday around the unemployment report. Today, you got Microsoft, you got FANG stocks, Netflix, Tesla. It's Joan of Arc trades. You've got Invitae, fuck, every day I do this bullshit. Every day I can't get it right. Every day I cannot pronounce this name. What is wrong with me? Invitae. Maybe if I write it down and say it 50 times, I'll get it right. Invitae. We've been talking about Invitae every single day. Down, up, down, up, down, up. Over a weekly chart, basing action. High close doji end of day yesterday. Today, it's up 7%. Let's see. Wish I'd said get in on that as an official trade, even though we covered it for you guys. It would have been a nice day trade, swing trade,
calls.
just to buy in on
April 16th,
yesterday's
2021.
60-minute movement.
3,447 contracts.
You can only do so much, I guess. Micron's earnings were good. It's up $5. That's 6%. PayPal up 3.5%. We'll see if it had a day. And again with these high close dojis. I guess a picture speaks 1,000 words. It gives you a shot. Bottom line, odds are, that's why I generally try to give you guys high close dojis before the end of the day. Especially, I'm pretty sure we covered the whole volume thing. And I think I wrote up that, if we get a weekly high close doji, we could look at maybe adding to the trade. And I would add to this trade on PayPal. Looking at some fundamental analyst stuff, if you go to Thinkorswim, I'm not going to do it right now because I don't want to mess up charts or anything like that. But I think on PayPal, if you look at, there's really no news. It's just people bought it. They waited till the end of the quarter, and it just looks like there's a lot of rebalancing going on, exiting out of ConAgra, stuff like that, right? But there's an article on today that was posted at 10:09, and you could look at it says, where PayPal holdings stand with analysts. Not a single analyst is bullish. 23 analysts offering 12-month price targets in the last 3 months. PayPal holding evaluate the company with an average price target of $300 with a high of $350 and a low of $235. Last 30 days, 0 bullish, 0 somewhat bullish, 0 indifferent, 0 bearish, 0 bearish. 1 month ago was 0, 0, 0. It's like no one gives a darn about PayPal, and it's used so extensively. Right now, it's at 250 and a half. So is that an option kind of pinning for today's option, the April 1st expiration, possibly? 250 strikes. Incidentally, puts, calls, trading, well, the market's up a little more than 250, so the call's worth more than the put. But looking at volume today, or volume coming in, the calls, the 250 strike calls that expire this afternoon are, about 2,600. So someone day trading the PayPal for the day. I'm not sure if that's a great play, and I certainly wouldn't advise that right now because of the fact that the market already moved up. So maybe that's this was just to show you that maybe that's the secret. Just we do more end of day market analysis the beginning of the day, because it doesn't seem like the market, it's not efficient to tell you what's happened yesterday on a high close doji pattern when the market's going to gap up and go. And that's why I try to get almost on a daily basis posts, at least what's important, end of month, end of day, things of that nature. Anyway, we are seeing a slight negative move. ConAgra, CAG. I wanted to share this with you. I'm still the monthly chart did not do well. And I think that's probably why we see a little bit of a pullback into support.
TIGR 17 puts. April
The weekly
16th,
chart
2021
seems to be
500
okay,
equity block,
but I don't want to see it break down below this line in the sand. So with ConAgra, we just got
shares
filled on our half position, and the market needs to hold, and it did.
CS 11
unbelievably.
puts.
The red line is support.
May 21st,
that would be my line in the
2021
sand. That's the last
626
additional change.
contracts.
It's also the prior week's pivot, and it stopped dead on a dime. So I thought it would be best to, at least with ConAgra, many of you saw hopefully you saw the email alert, and we'll go from there. All right. Other than that, it's unbelievable. It's still a bull market, and it's a tricky one, though. As you can see, not everything is up. It's a rotation. What's taken over today? Biotechs, as you can tell with Labu, and technology. We'll see where things end up. With that said, I will check back with you in just a bit, guys. Yeah, Win had that. Thanks for that post, Jeff. That's important. We knew that there were the gaming. The funny thing is I don't want to sound like a stereotype kind of guy, but let's just put it bluntly. Chinese love to gamble. I mean, let's face it. The Chinese, they love to gamble. In fact, that's why Las Vegas Win,
4 calls.
who's not
January
stupid,
20th,
built
2023.
Encore. And if you've ever gone into
599
Encore,
contracts.
the carpet's red, the tables are red, the walls are red. And to me as a trader, red is not good. It's bad luck. Never write a check in red ink. That's what they told me growing up. If you want to receive wealth in at least in America culture, it was don't sign a contract in black or blue ink, blue preferably, so that you can
Equity
tell that
block.
the contract is not a
LQD.
photocopy. But never sign a check in red. It
shares.
was a superstitious thing. I don't know. Maybe I hung around the wrong guys down at the Board of Trade back in the day.
506,045
if you're a trader,
shares.
red's not good. You're in the red, right? That's the saying. But for the Chinese, red attracts, it's a positive thing. So if you go to Las Vegas and you go to Win, or more importantly, if you go to Encore and you go to a blackjack table, and let's say you're at a $50 table, And you're pressing your bets, and you got a $500-600 hand bet down on the table. Not a big deal. And you get skunked because the dealer hits blackjack and everything's red. You're gonna get pissed. It incites, I don't know, red. It's like, I don't know, the bull, the red, I don't know. I think bulls are colorblind anyway. But bottom line is the Chinese, Las Vegas was designed for attracting the Chinese clientele who love to gamble. So Jeff, with your concept, if you open up Macau a little bit and allow people to come, believe me, they're going to come. People want to gamble. They like to gamble. It's an entertainment thing, So bottom line is, I if you ever go to MGM into the high limits table room, I'm talking not just the little tables outside than the general population. I'm talking about that special secret room over there. You go in there, and you're be very hard pressed to find. It's a very, very large Asian crowd in there. I mean, people bring in their families and watch their, I don't know, one guy gamble away $100 grand a hand. I mean, it's amazing. I think that's not a secret, and I don't want to sound stereotypish, but bottom line, if you attract and the borders open and China and travel restrictions ease due to all this vaccine, I mean, people are going to come into Vegas like there's no tomorrow. And who's better positioned? And I've been saying this for a while, at least for China. Wynn is better positioned in Macau
May
than
21st,
MGM is.
2021.
MGM was going to open up a casino deal in Japan, and that deal fell through, or it's on the back burners right now.
2021.
That would be more expense out of their pocket. I'm not a fan of MGM spending more money on anything. And so I think Wynn is best positioned for not just the reopen, and I've said this many times before, and I'm going to repeat myself. Wynn is attracting a lot of people right now with PPE money in their pockets. But the older folks, the older crowd who want to go to Vegas but are afraid of traveling, that have deeper pockets, bigger pockets, right? The whales, so to speak. I don't want to continue with my stereotyping, but unless it's the Google Air crowd in Northern California that come into play, the older crowd, CEOs of companies, there's some whale gamblers out there, trust me. And a lot of these people will come into Vegas when they feel more comfortable traveling. And that's here. And that's the whole Las Vegas scene. But I'm still thinking that if we can get Wynn, it's nice that technically we had this little pattern that just broke out right at the apex when it needed to, but we need the market to close greater than these pivots. And I'm tired of watching markets, and I don't know why it does it, migrate around pivots. It just happened here with Wynn, and it just happened there with TAP. But to me, that's why I look at pivots, because they are important, and it gives us distinct levels that we could look for confirmation that there's a breakout. Anyway, I would suggest that, obviously my recommendation in the newsletter this week told you what my expectations are. I think we're still on track for
140
that.
calls.
Now the question begs,
April
are we
9th,
going to add anything
2021.
today on April Fool's Day ahead of
APL.
the monthly unemployment report ahead of a 3-day holiday weekend? I think
April
we're pretty
9th,
well positioned in the market right now, personally, unless you guys feel that you're missing an opportunity in Labu. Rather
April
than the
9th,
newsletter going with a
134
leveraged ETF
contracts.
like Labu, that was more of a trade room specialty. We went with Insight, pharmaceutical or biotechnology.
SPY. 502,327 shares.
It appears that TradeStation, for whatever reason, almost on a daily basis, has had some data issues this week. They know it. I know it. You know it. But then there's other issues in cash and all that other stuff. And it just leads to, just dealing with the issues. Trading is hard enough in this environment, but dealing with the technical issues can be even more extraneous. So taking responsibility for people, making sure that people understand buy to the left, sell to the right on your trading programs, little things like that, and helping people along the way is part of the business model over here. Next. I'm not sure about adding to anything right now this very second. A lot of stuff that, at least with the newsletter, Kinder Morgan is off by 8 whole cents. It seems to
IAG.
be, if anything, I'll be honest with you, I'm more concerned
January
about
20th,
my favorite trade, which is
2023.
Williams.
599
Williams has,
contracts.
to me, decent long-term volume. Intermediate-term volume is just not there, so it could stay in a trading range. And here's what I'm referring to on an intermediate-term basis. It's bringing it into speed for you. It's this weekly pattern. Up, can't hold the rally. Big breakout, can't hold the rally. It needs to hold right chair and now. And that's Williams and Company, right? So Williams, I don't like markets that close below at the end of the week, below weekly pivot. And I know that I just, for practical purposes, was looking for the pullback. But considering this is the end of the week, it's kind of weird. It should be holding. Macau, that little pop, I don't know what that was about in win, but it needs to not do an equal and less than. In other words, it needed to hold and close above that line in the sand. I will still hold for the weekend because I think
Equity
going
block.
into April, things look positive.
Kava.
Obviously, the market's positive. That brings, again, a good upside in the market.
140
will bring
calls.
the FOMO crowd
April
out,
9th,
right? I'm missing out. Oh,
2021.
everything's good. The market didn't react negatively to President
BCIT.
Biden's, proposed tax plan. He may have sold it well. I'm not sure. Maybe it could get some traction. But right now, I think the market's not. That's kind of like, oh yeah, that's down the road. Let's focus on the now. And the now is that people have money. The market is bullish. And it's still positive. So that's all I got. I just wanted to update you on what these pivots can do. I mean, that's amazing stuff right there. Drawing a line and having the market come like a magnet to it. Now, if I didn't have that line and you saw that big red, you may have said, oh, shoot, I'm going to get out of tap. And the next thing you know, you just got almost a 50-cent bounce, a 1% bounce off the low. Anyway, I will be back later. I think the better of the plan for sometimes these overnight option positions that you could take is by looking at these daily high close dojis, which is ridiculous for the amount of times, and the monthly ones. That's why we do them, because the odds of the success rate is, I don't know. I don't have to sell this. You guys see it yourself. It's pretty interesting, right? Most of the high close dojis that I give you at the end of a day, especially like the other day. Now, do they have, if it's a daily high close doji, do they have legs? That's a different story. Bottom line, do they have legs? I mean, PayPal gapped higher. I mean, if you double an option, what do you care if it goes to 3,000? You would. But the bottom line is, when we get these daily high close dojis or potentially a weekly high close doji, and I want you to focus in on this, because if we get a weekly high close doji, that would be impressive to maybe add for a self-directed trader and take the rules. 8 to 10 weeks, you should see some upside, a 1-to-1 risk-reward ratio. I did cover this yesterday. I said if that does happen, it's going to put you up to around, 270-ish, 268, 270, somewhere up in there. And if it happens quickly, we'll be good and be able to become unscathed on the spread that we just bought back the short side. Anyway, I'm babbling now. My big concern is Williams needs to get some legs today, and I don't think anyone in their right mind wants to buy energy, at least not this second today, when they see Tesla up and they see Netflix up and Vita, Roblox up 5%. That's got to hit the newsletter too, Roblox, so I need to do a little bit of more work on the longer term stuff in the newsletter because I'm giving a lot of work in the trade room that's not falling on enough, at least with the investors' ears. It's falling on a few ears once in a while because everyone has different agendas here. But I liked Roblox on that pullback. We did it in the room at around 63. And change. Now, I mean, it's not a great thing. It's only at 68, but it's looking pretty good. I mean, those are pretty decent moves from day to day. Invite and is again a high close doji yesterday. Same thing as PayPal. Gaps higher today. So that's Invite, only a $2 move, a 5% move. So these little high close dojis are gems along the way. That's it. I'll be back when we see something, and I'm kind of happy. We'll see what happens here on our other positions today.
Equity block. SPY. 251,164 shares. Equity block. F 264,850 shares. Equity block. DOYU. 180,000 shares. F13.
By the way, I just had to mention it's 11/11. You know what that means? Somebody's thinking of you. 11/11. That always means someone's thinking of you.
Equity block. BBDC. 256,337 shares. Equity block. GE. 284,777 shares. Equity block. ANGL 460,000 shares. Equity block, INVH, 999,175 shares. FSLY, 70 puts. April 16, 2021. 500 contracts. Pins. 85 calls. April 16, 2021. 1,100 pins. 85 calls. April 16, 2021. 1,682 contracts. PLTR. 23 puts. April 9, 2021. 500 contracts. Equity block XLE 254,985 shares. Equity block QTS 275,000 shares. Equity block BAC 500,000 shares. Equity block. PS 200,000 shares. Equity block. BAC. 269,190 shares. BGCP. 5 calls. April 16, 2021. 700 contracts. Equity block. ZNGA. 888,000 shares. Equity block. CNK. 167,200 shares. Equity block. SPY. 502,327 shares. Equity block. XLK. 255,000 shares. Equity block. HYG. 250,000 shares. Equity block. NGAC. 184,434 shares. Plug. 25 puts. January 21, 2022. 533 contracts. Equity block. CCJ. 192,212 shares. Equity block. OSCR. 150,000 shares. Equity block. Comp. 1403616 shares. Equity block. BPY. 200,000 shares. HBI. 19 puts. April 16, 2021. 2,400 equity block. BAC. 500,000 shares. HBI. 19 puts. April 16, 2021. 2,600 IGT. 20 calls. January 21, 2022. 500 contracts. Equity block. QQQ. 300,000 shares. Equity block. Eric. 250,000 shares. Equity block. SQQQ. 308,582 shares. Equity block. IWM. 251,947 shares. Equity block. GLNG. 159,800 shares. Equity block. SPY. 251,164 shares. Equity block. BAC. 500,000 shares. NNDM 10 calls. April 16, 2021. 523 contracts. VRT 20 puts. April 16, 2021. 2,500 contracts. Equity block. BPY. 1 million shares. Equity block. Wish. 250,000 shares. Equity block. VAM. 167,100 shares. Equity block. IYW. 255,300 shares. Mu. 97 calls. April 16, 2021. 236 contracts. Equity block. SPY. 502,327 shares. KNDI. 5 puts. May 21, 2021. 675 contracts. T32 calls. May 21, 2021. 1,499 contracts. Rio. 86 calls. January 21, 2022. 5,250 contracts. Equity block. RDS/A 184,600 shares. Equity block. ORCL. 162,200 shares. NIO. 46 calls. April 23, 2021. 500 contracts, DBX. 27 calls. July 16, 2021. 600 equity block. SPY. 251,164 shares. Equity block. VEA. 252,738 shares. Equity block. SPDW. 350,813 shares. PLTR. 23 puts. April 9, 2021. 500 contracts. Equity block. SPLV. 358,447 shares. Equity block. BHC. 210,148 shares. Equity block. IWB. 313,564 shares. Equity block. Stay. 346,398 shares. Equity block. MT 175,000 shares. PLTR. 22 puts. April 9, 2021. 540 PLTR. 22 puts. April 9, 2021. 1,237 contracts. Equity block. AZN. 200,000 shares. PLTR. 22 puts. April 9, 2021. 551 contracts. Equity block. ZNGA. 300,000 shares. RSX. 26 calls. May 7, 2021. 1,179 contracts. KNDI. 5 puts. May 21, 2021. 535 contracts. Equity block. HYG. 260,541 shares. SPCE. 37 calls. April 16, 2021. 830 UXIN. 2 calls. April 16, 2021. 601 contracts. Equity block. IWM. 251,947 shares. NIO. 42 calls. April 9, 2021. 966 contracts. NIO. 42 calls. April 9, 2021. 1048 Equity Block. TGT 220,000 shares. EHC. 90 calls. May 21, 2021. 2,000 contracts. Equity Block. SSO. 338,850 shares. Equity Block. SCHM. 300,150 shares. SPY. 400 calls. April 5, 2021. 809 contracts. Equity Block. PI. 608,647 shares. Equity Block. SPY. 251,164 shares. Equity Block. NSA. 248,900 shares. Equity Block. F 368,000 shares. Equity Block. F 157,300 shares. Equity block. GE. 290,000 shares. SPY. 400 calls. April 5, 2021. 1,674 contracts. Dish. 45 calls. January 21, 2022. 1,088 contracts. Equity block. BKLN. 209,0050 shares. Equity block. SRLN. 108,6161 shares. HD 307 calls. April 1, 2021. 263 contracts. NNDM. 7 calls. April 16, 2021. 550 contracts. Tall. 52 puts. April 16, 2021. 1,000 contracts. Equity block. IHRT. 200,000 shares. DIA. 345 calls. June 18, 2021. 690 contracts. ODP. 50 calls. October 15, 2021. 500 contracts. WU. 30 calls. November 19, 2021. 2,000 contracts. Equity block GGB 130,000 shares. Equity block F 368,000 shares. AAL 26 calls. April 16, 2021. 1,400 contracts. Equity block EWZ 556,845 shares. TSLA 680 calls. April 1, 2021. 263 contracts. Equity block F 368,000 shares. Equity block NTR 185,516 shares. NIO 46 calls. April 16, 2021. 1,954 contracts. Equity block ILF 331,415 shares. Equity Block VLUE 279,682 shares. SPY 400 calls. April 5, 2021. 569 contracts. Equity Block TRMB 427,368 shares. SPY. 401 calls. April 14, 2021. 870 contracts. Equity block. GE. 1852866 shares. Equity block. JNK. 250,000 shares. Equity Block, SPY, 502,327 shares. Equity Block, SPY, 502,327 shares. Equity Block, COG, 250,000 shares. Equity Block, GE, 400,000 shares. Equity Block, SPY, 251,164 shares. HCA, 210 calls. June 18, 2021. 3,815 contracts. Equity Block, GRTS, 208,000 shares. Equity block. Vale. 300,000 shares. Equity block. SPY. 251,164 shares. Equity block. SPY. 251,164 shares. PBR. 8 puts. July 16, 2021. 500 contracts. Equity block. Omer. 299,525 shares. PLBY. 17 calls. October 15, 2021. 730 contracts. PBR. 8 puts. July 16, 2021. 1000 contracts. Equity block. SPY. 251,164 shares. PBR. 8 puts. July 16, 2021. 1000 contracts. Equity block. HYG. 500,000 shares. Pins. 85 calls. May 21, 2021. 500 contracts. Tall. 52 puts. April 16, 2021. 1000 contracts. Equity block. COG. 150,000 shares. Equity block. SPY. 502,327 shares. SPY. 405 calls. April 19, 2021. 1000 NG. 15 calls. April 16, 2021. 750 equity block. SPY. 251,164 shares. NG. 15 calls. April 16, 2021. 693 contracts. Guild. 67 calls. May 21, 2021. 654 contracts. QCOM. 140 calls. April 9, 2021. 300 QCOM. 137 calls. April 1, 2021. 378 contracts. QCOM. 140 calls. April 9, 2021. 500. SPY. 400 calls. May 7, 2021. 719 QCOM. 137 calls. April 1, 2021. 3 QCOM. 140 calls. April 9, 2021. 200 Guild. 67 calls. May 21, 2021. 650 Equity Block. STT. 200,000 shares. QCOM. 140 calls. April 9, 2021. 240 contracts. Equity Block. KMI. 229,200 shares. Equity Block. KABA. 200,000 shares. QCOM. 140 calls. April 9, 2021. 200 HBI. 19 puts. April 16, 2021. 716 contracts. Equity Block. HYG. 250,000 shares. QS. 64 calls. April 16, 2021. 2,000 contracts. QCOM. 140 calls. April 9, 2021. 286 contracts. Equity Block. Guild. 750,000 shares. Equity Block. HYG. 250,000 shares. Equity block. COG. 275,000 shares. QCOM. 140 calls. April 9, 2021. 400 JMIA. 35 calls. April 1, 2021. 500 contracts. QS. 51 calls. April 16, 2021. 441 contracts. Equity block. GE. 1 million shares. Equity block. SPY. 251,164 shares. Equity block. SCPL. 150,000 shares. EEM. 57 calls. July 16, 2021. 5,000 contracts. Equity block. APHA. 500,000 shares. SOXL. 42 puts. April 16, 2021. 730 contracts. Break/B 250 puts. January 21, 2022. 1,000 contracts. Equity block. Halo. 191,400 shares. Equity block. Mint. 586,587 shares. Equity block. SPY. 251,164 shares. Equity block. NTR. 495,861 shares. Equity block. VIG. 711,446 shares. CZR. 89 calls. April 9, 2021. 1,500 contracts. Equity block. SPY. 502,327 shares. Equity block. Guild. 150,000 shares. Equity block. IEMG. 781,203 shares. AGNC. 16 calls. April 30, 2021. 500 contracts. LESL. 25 puts. May 21, 2021. 600 contracts. Equity block. AMD. 800,000 shares. SPY. 395 puts. May 10, 2021. 2100. SPY. 395 puts. May 10, 2021. 506. SPY. 395 puts. May 10, 2021. 1000 QQQ. 310 puts. June 30, 2021. 3,222 contracts. IVR. 3 calls. January 20, 2023. 11,463 contracts. Equity block. SPY. 502,378 shares. Siri. 6 calls. April 16, 2021. 8,665 contracts. Siri. 6 calls. April 16, 2021. 14,442 contracts. RPLA. 10 puts. April 16, 2021. 1,033 contracts. AMC. 14 calls. April 16, 2021. 700 contracts. Equity block. SPY. 251,189 shares. Equity block. SPY. 251,189 shares. Equity Block, EEM. 295,000 shares. Equity Block, BIL. 400,000 shares. Equity Block, IVW. 266,235 shares. Team. 227 calls. April 16, 2021. 417 contracts. Team. 230 calls. April 9, 2021. 299 contracts. Equity Block, VCVC 509,006 shares. EWZ. 33 calls. April 9, 2021. 950. Equity Block, EEM. 295,000 shares. GME. 200 calls. April 1, 2021. 304 contracts. Equity block, WMT. 317,600 shares. Equity block, XLF. 315,000 shares. Equity block, VNET. 202,000 shares. BGCP. 5 calls. April 16, 2021. 1,000 contracts. Equity block, XL 200,000 shares. Equity block, PCY. 271,602 shares. EWZ. 32 puts. April 9, 2021. 861 contracts. PBR. 8 puts. July 16, 2021. 738 contracts. Siri. 6 calls. April 16, 2021. 1000 contracts. Equity block. SPY. 251,189 shares. Equity block. SPY. 251,189 shares. EWZ. 32 puts. April 9, 2021. 836 EWZ. 32 puts. April 9, 2021. 1799 contracts. Nat. 3 calls. May 21, 2021. 1200 contracts. Equity block. BP 250,000 shares. MRVL. 65 calls. January 21, 2022. 749 contracts. Equity block. BP 325,000 shares. Equity block. BP 675,000 shares. Equity block. LTPZ. 285,302 shares. ARKK. 121 puts. April 16, 2021. 1,100 contracts. MRVL. 75 calls. January 21, 2022. 584 contracts. Equity block. QQQ. 741,000 shares. Equity Block, DGRO. 269,936 shares. Equity Block, BOWX. 250,000 shares. Equity Block, RXT. 432,868 shares. T29 Puts. May 21, 2021. 990 contracts. Equity Block, SPY. 251,189 shares. November 16 calls. May 7, 2021. 1,065 contracts. T28 puts. May 21, 2021. 1,036 contracts. November 16 calls. May 7, 2021. 763 contracts. Equity block. SPY. 251,189 shares. Equity block. SPY. 251,189 shares. NFLX. 535 calls. April 1, 2021. 173 contracts. Siri. 6 calls. April 16, 2021. 979 contracts. Equity block. BOWX. 258,004 shares. Equity block. FLOT. 414,972 shares. NNDM. 7 puts. April 16, 2021. 673 contracts. Equity block. F 225,000 shares. Equity Block IWM 251,922 shares. Equity Block SPY 502,378 shares. Equity Block VEN 155,400 shares. Equity Block SPY 251,189 shares. Equity Block SPY 251,189 shares. QCOM 140 calls. April 9, 2021. 100 Equity Block ALI 645,737 shares. SPY 417 calls. June 30, 2021. 500 and November 16 calls. May 7, 2021. 516 contracts. Equity Block VWO 258,614 shares. Equity Block BND 392,439 shares. Equity Block PCY 271,601 shares. Equity Block APHA 500,000 shares. Tall. 52 puts. April 16, 2021. 1,000 contracts. Trib. 56 calls. January 21, 2022. 500 contracts. Equity block. SLB. 280,000 shares. Equity block. CNST. 230,200 shares. Equity block. F 225,000 shares. Equity block. F 205,000 shares. CSCO. 54 calls. May 7, 2021. 888 contracts. 23 calls. April 16, 2021. 593 contracts. Equity block. F 280,000 shares. Equity block. SPY. 502,378 shares. EEM. 53 puts. April 16, 2021. 1,100 EEM. 53 puts. April 16, 2021. 609 EEM. 53 puts. April 16, 2021. 930 equity block. FMX. 224,111 shares. Equity block. UFS. 150,000 shares. EEM. 53 puts. April 16, 2021. 1,700 EEM. 53 puts. April 16, 2021. 609 Equity Block. QQQ. 300,000 shares. Equity Block. SPY. 251,189 shares. Equity Block. SPY. 502,378 shares.
Well, Arthur, I don't know if you're still in the room, but I appreciate the feedback from Mary, and I'm sorry that you were at the doctor's appointment. You know, when we keep adding another year, we keep adding age, and with age sometimes comes with ill things and things we need, like surgeries and medical attention. So I do hope, Arthur, that you are doing well and you are in our prayers as well. It's time for healing, hopefully physically and financially. It looks like we may have escaped death on Williams, getting picked up today on the pullback, or yesterday just at that low. Kinder Morgan's okay. Wynn has a shot at coming back. INSEE looks good, even though it's only a half position. PayPal has, I've increased the chance from slim to none to
July
slim
16th,
of 4%.
2021.
So that means we have a 4%. We still have a chance. Just throwing that out there for you guys.
16 calls.
I can't believe how
September
pivots work like this. It is just amazing. If it wasn't for pivots, more times than not, I would be buying highs and selling lows. I mean, the fact that Coors Molson came to the weekly
Equity
pivot,
block.
the pivot point
SPY.
itself, and held and closed literally above it is just,
shares.
I don't know, it's mind-boggling. It's got to be mind-boggling. I mean, it happens so much around here.
November 19th,
the only one that I'm kind of like not all that excited about still is Intel's sideways action with the rest of the semi space coming up. But remember, it is Intel, the best time of the year for the semis is it begins in another week. Let's double check that. I wanted to make sure because, sometimes I do so many things, I get a little distracted. Or not distracted, but I lose sight of, was it Intel? Was it AMD? I mean, you know what I'm saying? And so let's go and take a look at the style. We go over here to the standard, go over to seasonality. And we still have a strong seasonality for Intel in of itself going through into April. Now, I guess the retest is going into May, and sell in May, go away. But let's double check one other item here. Let's go with SMH. Whoa, there it is, baby. Semi. So you got the tailwind, or the winds at your back with the overall sector going up. And then we've got, if Intel makes any headline news and puts out any, hey, we're doing more good things, and we got this idea. I mean, that should help spark some upside. Anyway, we do have that going for us on Intel. See chart default, chart mode, standard. We'll go back here. And as you can see, SMH is already capturing a heck of a run up today. SMH. And remember, we gave out that SOXL, but anyway. Let's go back to INTC, Intel. It's, it pops, it drops, it pops, it drops, it pops, it drops, it pops, it drops, it pop, drop, chop, pop. Volumes and relative strength is not that great because the market is underperforming.
Equity
This
block.
stock is underperforming
ANGL
relative to the overall market. And it might be just
279,419
a fine
shares.
wine before its time. On a daily basis, we did have a doji. We had another doji, and I'm sure you would all say, John, wouldn't you appreciate if this market would close greater than
SHYG.
said doji and the
266,100
pivot?
shares.
And I would tell you, yes,
BB.
you're absolutely 100%
16
correct.
calls.
Yes.
September
Yes, on all counts.
17th,
This is the blue line is this
2021.
week's pivot. That's next week.
630
I don't know
AMD.
where we're going to end up
80
in the next hour and
September 17th,
20,
2021.
hour and, excuse me,
1,000
39
contracts.
minutes, which is the end of the day. But it would be lovely if we could see the market close greater than pivot. And I would probably suggest that if you're not in Intel, jump on it at that point. The volume actually looks pretty decent on a daily basis. So let's take a look at the weekly analysis and say, yeah, the weekly does support the run. We just have an inside trading range, and we are supporting against rising moving averages. So we've got that going for us with a strong relative strength greater than at any point in prior history. So it's not like a divergence. This should give you an insight that the relative strength is outperformed
April
the best
16th,
than it ever has, and therefore,
703 contracts.
Increase in volume should elude or at least come to the conclusion that we should see a new high. And if the high was 69.29, let's just say a minimum new high would be $70. I mean, so that's new high in volume, new high in relative strength should follow suit with new highs in prices. That's my 2 cents of connecting the dots in a very parochial, simplistic way. It just doesn't look like that wants to do it today. So anyway, that is my laziness of not putting in a green line. Let's put in a green line or orange because that's the profit target, right? I don't know what to tell you, but that would be minimum objectives to see $70. We're not asking for a whole lot, right? Retest of the highs, take out the highs, get people to buy into that area. What we want is we want people to drink their nuts off this weekend and go crazy on Easter Sunday. Don't celebrate with red wine or champagne. Go with the piss beer, Molson Tap. I mean, come on, let's just talk like truck driver John. If you're going to drink beer and you're long Molson and you don't do your part, shame on you.
Block.
We need participation
SJNK.
in our little trading community here.
445,650 shares.
That's pretty wild. I mean, I raised the stops and only for protective purposes, and things turned out. Again, it's not the end of the day, which for me would be a lot better if today was, if it was this second, if we could close right here at Kinder Morgan and actually close a little bit higher. If we could close greater than that little resistance that we've had over the last couple of days, that would be fabulous with an uptick in volume. I'm not asking for a lot here, guys. I'm just asking for, breakout. But this is, as you can see, we definitely, patterns change. You look at a pattern, you say, hey, this could be a little breakout wedge. And now what do we see? It's not a breakout wedge. In fact, what is it? It's a sideways range. And that's, with a little bit of more clarity here and a little bit more with the equal and opposite the averages of high. You can see the trading range. Man, if this breaks out, that's nice. That's for sure. So we have a rally. It tried to break. Someone bought it. It tried to break. They got it. It tried to break, and it had follow through. If it can stay up in here, it gives good confidence that this would be, at least with Kinder Morgan, trend consolidation. And then the wider the consolidation, the bigger the breakout, and it should get us up to eventually. My hope
shares
is that we see Kinder Morgan, and we'll turn to the weekly chart, somewhere up near 2021, right where it all started from before last year's demise. All right, and that's where we stand right now with Kinder Morgan. So, but in the meantime, let's not be stupid. We raised our stop, so there it is. I have a lot of confidence in the market, but I don't have enough confidence not to use a stop loss, right? So with that said, let's remove that drawing. Here's what we need to do. There's our trading range concept. Let's go and restore cells. Qs, obviously, we got a breakout just goes to show. I didn't think it was going to do it for April, for Easter, Halloween. Listen to me. I thought it would do it probably midweek, but you never want to, go against the tide, the rising tide. If the market was going to break out, we would see 330.
Equity
and
block.
now with
BPY.
390, almost 400 in the
280,000
S&Ps.
shares.
I mean, 405, 404,
Equity
409 doesn't look that
EEM.
hard to achieve. You get Apple, you get
295,000
Google,
shares.
you get the energy, you get eggs, you get consumer discretionary. If Steve Wynn got back to where they were 2 weeks ago, if PayPal got back to where it was 2 weeks ago, the S&Ps could easily get 404, right? I mean, if it had that kind of a weight to it. The good news is we've got some good trades on, good positions, and we'll move forward. Thank you for listening, and thanks for the prayers and well wishes for Mary. She's not a very good patient. She doesn't listen. She's very stubborn. So with that said, she wants to do things, and when she moves with a plate and 5 screws in her hand, then an hour later, she's in pain. So any event, everything will work out well. That's the bottom line. I wish everyone a wonderful Easter. I don't know, unless there's any catastrophic things that occur. I don't think at this point there's really much else to do but let things run.
May 7th,
and then see where the chips lie on the close. Jared, I appreciate it. Thank you all very much.
22 calls.
Room, no need to be
April
open
16th,
tomorrow.
2021.
After today, 4 o'clock.
700 contracts.
I don't know if you want the algo room open for whatever reason. I don't see a need, but what do I know? If it is, my general rule of thumb has been, if it's in an active trade before the close and it goes into the after evening session, I generally keep the room open till you could see the exit. And that's my 2 cents. But anyway, Bonnie, thank you. David P., thank you very much, guys, ladies and gentlemen. And, odds are, since I'm in a lot of these positions with you guys, I'm watching the market and we'll be here for the close. Schlumberger, SLB. I didn't even mention Schlumberger, but Schlumberger, daily high close doji today, kids. Whoa. SLB. Jeff, I cannot argue with you at all. I think I can tell you this, Jeff. My twin 671 turbo engines on the Gold Rush boat over here, I ain't going electric with those bad boys, okay? They're 40 grand, 48,000 each. I mean, you got $100,000 worth of engines. You're going to pull out engines. How are people going to pull out engines by, I don't know. Think of all the people this last year, Jeff. Seriously, how many motorized vehicles, all-terrain vehicles, jet skis, water skis, boats were sold last year as a whole in COVID-19? Let's say from last summer to now, this last 2 weeks, none of them are EVs.
21 calls.
None of them
May
are electric.
7th, 2021.
So what's the average lifespan of a boat
contracts.
or someone that owns a boat versus the lifespan of the boat? Those are two different things. I mean, there's still a whole heck of a lot of people using fossil fuel to move around. To have JetBlue say we're going to be, I want to know how the hell net zero carbon emissions by 2040. How are they flying that plane? And I don't know if I want to be on an electric plane. Would you want to fly to Europe on an electric plane? What happens here in an electric storm? Bang, it zaps out. You know what I'm saying? Not sure. Maybe hybrid, possibly. Maybe the onboard systems would be Yeah, and you don't have that jet fuel smell before takeoff, possibly,
Equity
if that
block.
bothers you too. I don't
G.
know, but just saying, I think I prefer the
273,218 shares.
technology of the for sure deal versus the, I don't want the battery to run out. I don't know. It's weird. I mean, 2040, I don't know, will I be around 2040? Not if I give myself a technological heart attack like I did today. I mean, I had a blow up in front of everybody. Mary even looked at me funny. She goes, "What's the matter with you?" I go, "I can't take this shit no more. I'm done. If trade stage with this whole E-mini S&P cash problem, I'm telling you right now, right? I mean, I was having a mental breakdown just on, I'm done with the technology. So if I have to rely on the technology to run the airplane to fly me to Europe, I'm not sure I want to be on that plane. Just throwing a little humor on it. Can you imagine the pilot? What the hell's going on here? What the electric? I mean, how are you going to power a jet fighter pilot? It just sounds pretty. That sounded far-fetched. You mean 2140? Maybe that's what they meant. But thank you for your post. Holy shnikes. That's 19 years from now, last I checked. 19 more years from now. An electric be zero carbon emission? I think
SGMS 32 puts. January 21st, 2022.
Let's just see
607 contracts.
if it can just maintain its strong close for the week. All right. I'll see you guys later. Thanks for just being lighthearted. I don't know, Jeff. The changes aren't that. I don't know. I'm still looking for fossils, the for sure thing. I don't know if I want to be the first one to
September
experiment.
17th,
Amelia Earhart, she's looking at that electric engine too.
Equity block. SPY 218-2000 shares. Equity block. SPY 218-2000 shares. Equity block. SPY 218-2000 shares. Equity block. SPY 251,189 shares. Equity block. SPY 218-2000 shares. Equity block. SPY 218-2000 shares. Equity block. Eric.
All right. On a serious note, let's talk about
183,600 shares.
We want to look at Monday's,
Equity block.
the weekends with
SPY
the unemployment report.
218,
The momentum is obviously
2000
strong.
shares.
The advanced decline is pretty positive at 352. It suggests the blue is above the gold. We've been giving you this technical mumbo jumbo for the last week that says remain long, don't be short, blah, blah, blah. What about volume today? PayPal, it's stupid bad. It's like just a little bit better than half. Micron is about the only one that's got after earnings yesterday. And, it's backed off the high. And I said that with Walgreens yesterday. It rallied up and it pulled back and it bell because the volume wasn't there. WBA. And where's WBA up? Should be right there, Walgreens. So yesterday, we got a sell-off. We hit support. We're back to where, yes, right now's price, we were where I was saying I want to watch this tomorrow. And so tomorrow came and we saw what's the point I'm trying to make. Today's volume, someone probably looked at day traded a little bit or swing traded, sold it, and probably covered it. I'm not sure because looking at the volume on Walgreens right here, 6.7 million, 5 million today. That's pretty good volume. So they haven't given up. To me, I interpret this as they didn't give up the trade. It was maybe a quick overnight trade. Some people just sold it, bought it. And I think that's what Micron might be in the condition of doing. So with that said, because the volume's kind of strong and we backed off the highs, I wouldn't sell this at all, but I would probably, the fact is we are below the open already for the month. And this is a weird one because it was on earnings. You know, the first 5-day rule would be important. And the first 5-day rule would be next Thursday, by the way. So if we opened higher, we trade a little bit lower, and we come back and close greater than after the fifth trading day of the month, and we close greater back above the monthly opening range, that suggests more upside. And I think then we can time a 30-day option and rather than look at it as, like a bull call spread. So my 2 cents is I'm looking at what volume trades are out there that are pretty good. And but yet when you look at the trade itself, we opened higher on an earning and it's trading lower. I think that would not be a trade that I want to chase right now today and buy. So what I'm trying to point out to you is what's looking good. Should we take action on anything? And as you can see, Intel today, I don't take a read on Intel at all when it's got literally, let's see, half of its 10-day average volume already today on a market that's up in the Qs, damn close to what, 2%, 1%, whatever it is. Anyway, long and short, move on. Pot stocks. It's half. Everything is literally almost, slightly above half, even in the pot sector. The only one is MedMen. MedMen is the distribution companies. We went through that before. And, long term, still in a monthly buy. Long term, volume looks good. Long term, it opened and it's now trading above monthly open range.
Baba,
MedMen,
240 calls.
With
April
you guys,
16th,
I bought it and told you
2021.
guys, MedMen, we went through that last month. This is not a swing trade. This is in case something comes down the pike. It doesn't seem to be in Joe Biden's plan, but maybe there's some bargaining chips in there. Hey, make pot a little bit not legal, but maybe relax the banking regulations so that we can collect the tax dollars and help finance your infrastructure bill. Maybe that's a part that would be decent, right? I'm throwing wish lists out there. In the meantime, it did form a daily high close doji, and it's still doing good. I'm just bringing, not that I'm picking on this stock for any other reason other than it's got some volume greater than 10-day average volume. I always like to say, okay, where's the market? Where are the stocks? Is it up? Are they down? Are they up on great volume or bad volume? So Microsoft's going to do, I guess, headline news, some military stuff, good for them. But to me, it's up on some really great news on literally piss poor volume. Jeff, I don't want to bust your balls, but there was I forgot what plane. It's been out for about more than a decade. A buddy of mine has one. I forgot what it is. It's like a twin engine. I forgot the name of it. It had a parachute. They already have that. Those were individual, like smaller planes. I think this thing did something like 350 knots or something top speed. It was some crazy ass thing. Anyway, bottom line, they've had parachutes for planes for a little while, for private planes. I don't know about the big guys. You're talking about Yeah, no, it wasn't a cheap plane either. I forgot what it was. I'll come up with the name in a minute, or maybe later. Anyway, what I wanted to rip through here was what stocks are doing good with, not just good, but like on decent volume. So relative to guns
Equity
and ammo,
block. FIXD.
looking at restaurants and half volume on
shares.
Wednesday. I mean, there's just really very few names are doing great other than the ones that I said. Half volume. See, everything's like, even Japan, the foreign market ETFs. In this morning's email, I said most of the foreign ETF markets are up. And here we have, Brazil and Latin America down. They had a pretty decent run earlier. But, earlier, meaning
Equity
the last
block.
couple days. Telecommunications, is anything going on there? I mean, literally, 9 to 19, 23 to 40. I mean, everything's right around half. Why half? It's not half the day. We got an hour and 18 minutes. You telling me we're going to fulfill the rest of this volume, or are people on vacation? And can you trust a market that goes up like 2, 3, 4, 5%
77
when
calls.
it's half the volume?
April
what
9th,
that suggests is that the market went up because there's no takers to take the other side. It's light volume rallies. So you definitely don't want to chase markets that have light volume rallies, or make a lot of determination on a stock that's down too much on very light volume as well. So they might provide us as traders better opportunities. And that's what I'm looking for right now is now, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe we do take advantage of something that's moving or hasn't moved on volume. And as far as I can see, a lot of the technology names here, at least software, internet stuff, there's the only one that really is better than half the volume that might fulfill a volume trade is Palantir. And the smart feller with the goofy hair, with the glasses that looks like the Nutty Professor, who, I guess, what is he, the founder, the CEO, whatever his name is, I call him the Nutty Professor because, well, it's, stereotyping. But if I was to stereotype, this guy is the epitome of the Nutty Professor. Maybe he got a haircut and he looks better, but bottom line, this is a trade, Palantir, that I think Joan of Arc, Kathy Woods bought into, and I'm not. I haven't. And if I do, I told you before, there's probably a shot that it's going to get back down here before it gets back there, unless something dramatically changes. And this is a stock that volume is not really, it just doesn't look great. I'm just pointing that out to you.
Equity
you got a daily buy signal
HYG,
and a high close doji, and it fails the next day.
Shares.
There's no volume, so I don't trust it. Anyway, that's my 2 cents. The rest of the markets here, you got Goog, and that's a different story because, look at the volume there. It's almost at 100%, 90% of its 10-day average volume. Goog's breaking out. We mentioned Goog the other day with a high close doji. It broke out, and it just exploded. It's going to form a weekly high close doji after a sideways range. What does that do for you? Probably none of you are going to buy call options on this trade. But what you may take away is that as Goog goes up, so should the Qs at the very least. May have been at Beechcraft. I think it was. It may have been. I forgot. I got to double check. First off, I'll text him and say, what do you got? Brian. So anyway, I have to text Brian. I haven't texted him in a while. So if I do, then I'm at risk of having to have a conversation, and I don't want to do that right now. But it's been around a long time. Long time.
75
and I believe top
calls.
Speed was like 300 knots,
June
350, something like that. Would that be right, Jeff?
525 contracts.
Fast little bugger. Okay, maybe that's what it is. All right, moving forward. Yeah, as you can see, there's really, look at this. Apple, it's up. It's just barely moving. Nobody wants to be in Apple. The bestest little buddy that everyone needs, an iPhone with all the apps and the earbud sales and everything else? Or is it taxes on corporate so that they move their money and people are selling out of it? Or is it because they got diluted with the split last fall? I don't know, but there's no volume in this move. So again, we're back to this market action where everything's great. We'll take it how we can. The only one that's got in the whole casino operators, look, You've got half the volume here, a little more than half the volume, a third of the volume, half the volume, almost the full volume on MGM, which is up. And you've got, let's go. Who wants to buy Caesars? 7 million, 1 million. I mean, that's 25%. And then Wynn, the one we have interest in. I would like to see it have closed above weekly pivot. There is some decent volume. And so that's the good news. I don't know if that was somebody got run out of a stop. I don't know what that was all about this morning on news. Macau was doing well. I don't know. Maybe that was someone bought it, needed to buy it. Maybe that's a good precursor, an omen that someone bought it and they don't care where the price is. They just went market order, get me in this stuff. I don't know. Maybe that happens. Sometimes hedge funds and institutions, they get their messages crossed and guy says, hey, buy 10,000 shares, every half hour. I want till I'm filled. And they went, oh, you want market order? I don't know. That does happen, by the way. But maybe that's an omen. I don't know. I don't have I don't have the insights. No one sent me the email of what the intentions were on that trade. But it was a good move. It's held up pretty decently all day. That's Wynn. And while it's off its highs, I'm not sure that was a real high. It could have been a mistake high. A mistake high is someone went to the market that they shouldn't have. So that's the bottom line. As you can see, I'm just going up and down the list with you guys, sharing with you. I mean, Freeport-McMoRan. I mean, every time I turn around, everyone loves this stock. Half the volume. It's going to be another one of these days where we are literally right now half the volume with another hour and change to go for the day. Half the volume on GDXJ. Thank God for the little put option. That was to me, I think that's a weekly hammer, another bid that got bought up under the market, and you're in a PBS buy. I would really appreciate if GDXJ could get a little bit more volume at the end of the day in the next hour. And that leads us to the rest of the stuff, what Jeff was talking about. JetBlue, why would you come out and say some crock of shit like that? Oh, we're going to be energy of carbon. What was it? Carbon emission free by 2040? Are you out of your mind? I mean, I think the industry is laughing at these idiots. What you want and what you're going to shoot for? I mean, I don't know. Are they looking for PPE money? Are they looking to get bailed out under the Biden administration? Yeah, let's throw some money your way. I don't know. But you would think that if anyone was going to say that, wouldn't Boeing say, hey, we're developing a carbon emission-free engine? Lockheed Martin, for example? I mean, if any airline was going to come out and say we're going to be carbon emission-free by 2040, it would have been one of the three majors, Delta, American, or somebody else. I don't know. I don't know. I have to make fun of that statement, Jeff, for a little while because I'm cynical today. So just give me my space on the cynicism, okay? That's just, I don't know. I don't know what to say. It makes me want to get out of the stock now. It makes me want to see when you put stuff like that up and if it's a true statement and it came from the CEO, it makes me want to say the guy's a blithering idiot. I want to get out of this trade. Because even Jeff, I mean, no offense. If you want to go with carbon emissions free and you got Tesla and SpaceX, right? Elon Musk, how much fuel do they burn shooting those rockets in the air that we get to see up there in the skies in Florida? I mean, how much fuel and carbon do you think those little satellite missions run? You know what I'm saying? Just throwing that out there. No one seems to give a rat's ass about that. Oh, look, it's another launch. Oh, look, we're going to space. Are they going up in space with no jet fuel? Rocket fuel? Are they doing that on battery operated missions? I don't know. I don't know compared to automobiles. Is it really small? I don't know. I don't know. Not if you run them up the flagpole every 3 days. And if you got space, what's his name? Branson's deal, you got Jeff Bezos' deal, you get all these deals and then NASA deal. I mean, how many of these deals? And you got the China deal, then you got the Russian deal, and then you got the North Korean deal. I mean, the rockets up in the air seem to be more of a pain in the ass than, I don't know, people driving a little bit. I mean, and, quite frankly, no one's really driving in Manhattan that much. We know that, right? Oops, da-da boing. Thanks, Blasio. You've really kept the emissions down in Manhattan. Nobody's there to drive. All right, enough of my comedy act. Their bottom line is we are starting to see, here's one big time. And that, again, is United Therapeutics off the freaking chart. That's helping the whole, and that's what I think we're going to find right now this year. Right now, seasonality speaking, it's going to kick in on some of these biotechs. That's, 3 times the 10-day average volume, and that was on decent news. But I think this is the space. Unfortunately, I didn't go with United Therapeutics this week. I went with Insight
TSM,
based on a high close doji and good volume levels.
calls.
So
April
I had my
16th,
heart in the right place. I just,
2021.
out of the 1,000 stocks, I picked the wrong one
contracts.
for us. I'll work harder next week. We'll work on that. Let's see. So when I do look at Speak of the Devil, no volume, but it didn't move. Regeneron, I think that there's no volume really going on anywhere. This is scary. Clovis Oncology does 42 million. It's only done 3 million. That's pretty weird stuff right there. What did we have say yesterday that I thought was a weird volume day too, by the way? And then I'll wrap this up so you don't have to hear my scratchy, cynical voice. It was a really
Equity
weird
block.
volume.
SPY.
Clovis.
251,189
right
shares.
It was Clovis. Clovis had 3.9 million shares traded yesterday versus 10-day average of 42, and then today it's got another nothing, right? So what's going on with Clovis right there, right? It does a lot of volume, but not in the last couple days. Are they going bankrupt or are they getting bought out? Something's weird. No one's trading it. Something's not jiving there. So that's it. It's the holiday. It's Easter. We get Cadbury eggs. I should be more bright and chipper. Maybe I've just burnt out a little bit because I gave up chocolate for the last 42 days and I'm just 40 days. And now I'm just at the verge of, I'm going through massive withdrawals. Maybe that's part of the problem. But we'll work on it.
250,000 shares.
We already came up to the conclusion when you wake up Sunday morning. Other than that, department stores,
calls.
I mean, there's not a lot
April 16th,
going on to read into today. It's just there's a lot of positivity and bigger moves. And what's happening to the spiders, it's all coming together with the advanced decline and bigger moves on light volume in, for example, Amazon. Facebook, for example, over 300 at one point today, I think it was. Other names like that. But it's certainly nice to be on the not short and losing your ass versus being on the right side of some of the markets and having exposure to the upside. So with that said, God bless the advanced decline analysis. God bless the yellow and the blue. And for their, we will give it, we have a shot of making money next week. We shall still be here financially. That's the moral of the story. Thanks for joining me. I got nothing. I could squeeze more information out of this stone, but it ain't going to happen because there's just nothing here, except for that, the ones that I've already mentioned, like the Walgreens and everything we're in. Semis, that they need to look at this. Nothing, man, except for right there, Applied Material. They keep pounding that right up the flagpole from last week. I apologize for not getting into that breakout. So I'll work harder next week on trying to get us the right trades. Bottom line. Thanks for joining me this week. Have a good Easter. I know you do, Bonnie. Thank you very much. You and Joe take care. You know, working hard is one thing, working smart's another. It's always better to work smart and to have results. And this is not a business where you get pats on the back. It's a result driven industry and always have been. There's an old phrase that we live by in our business, another story time. It's called, besides you live by the sword, you die by the sword. And if you don't take profits, don't worry the market. If you don't take them, the market will take it for you. But the other aspect of the market is yesterday's hero could be today's zero. So don't live on your reputation. You got to provide. This is again a result driven industry. Don't be yesterday's hero.
Equity block.
Be and you know, don't live on your reputation. You still have to provide, and you still have to see results in what you do. This is not by any stretch of the imagination. I mean, this is not an easy market environment. These moves, I wanted to bring that to your attention. That's right, David. I think that's the problem. I you know, and I am. Let me tell you what I did do. I've got Cadbury Easter eggs already bought. I have white chocolate Russell Stovers already bought.
Equity block.
I have a box, not a small one, but a regular box.
179,076 shares.
Hoffman's chocolate covered pretzels. For myself. I really don't need anything else other than that, right? I mean, that's it. Oh yeah. Easter bunny chocolates from Hoffman's Chocolates. Other than that, I mean, I'm not buying anything because Mary had surgery and the grandkids are doing their own thing and I don't have to worry about, setting up for
90 calls.
Thing. We're going to the club for
May 21st,
Easter brunch because of Mary's hand. No worries, no easy peasy. I'm just going to slobber myself and just gorge myself full of chocolate. I'll be up and jacked up with caffeine and I'll be a pleasant person starting Monday morning again. That's what I'm hoping for. I'll just, because of Mary and her surgery, she'll be in the bedroom watching TV, zoned out. I'll be in the man cave just pounding down chocolate all day. That's it. And so Monday morning I'll wake up and we'll see if that's what the case is. If it isn't, then I have a personality character defect that needs maybe
Equity
medication.
Block.
I don't know.
X 168,400 shares.
All right. All joking aside, worst sectors.
Equity
I said
block.
for the springtime
CSCO.
in an email.
170,000
I don't
shares.
find that to be anything. But the best performing sector. It's interesting to find out. Semis, and biotech. And biotech today isn't on the top of the leaderboard, but we are seeing some of the biotech, XBI and IBB forming and joining the play. You got internet, you got Qs. It's all about the Qs, and that's
Equity
what I think
block.
we were on the right side of telling you guys about the Qs. Have an opportunity to see 330-ish. And now, by the way, here's the last thing I want to point out. Is today the day you take advantage? This is all I wanted to point out to you. I did want to summarize this before I got off on the jokes. You have a light volume, expressly light volume 40. It's actually okay, but I mean on a big move of 2%, 1.6 to be exact, or whatever it is, 1.58 in the Qs. If we think that we're going to see, the minimum objective, the 330-ish, we're going to remain above the weekly opening range, and you're going to have a high close doji. Do you take advantage of a
equity block?
Maybe a 10-day call option, not 1 week, because you got too much data that's going to snap it right up, or do you kind of wait till Monday morning? But this would be a high close doji pattern, and if it breaks out of the last additional change, it gives you a little bit better of an edge if it closes greater than that last additional change. I would have to say the market, if it's not great volume, will probably have an opportunity. Maybe go light if it closes. Listen carefully. If it closes greater than the last additional change, and so that if I'm not here to tell you, go long. If it closes greater than that line, if you're thinking 2 weeks out, a third position, nothing greater, nothing less than 2 weeks out should have a delta of about maybe 60, 50, 60. They're expensive. So go with a third size position and look for a momentum breakout on a high closed doji. It would project in the best time of the year. We should see the market at the very least fulfill some kind of a upside pattern here, 330, 333-ish. That's my 2 cents if you so wish. And then we'll be here Monday morning. Jeff, I like your thinking. Never change anything. So January was a really good month for the newsletter and for myself and for the room. February is when Lent started. So what was the market? What was trading like as far as it's not like we didn't do our work. I don't know. That's a tough one, right? I think you can't look at the profits with chocolate and profits without chocolate intake. That's a good scientific study. I wonder, maybe we should ask Dr. Fauci how he feels about that. Maybe he can provide us some scientific evidence on that. That would be nice. Oh, there's another one. I had to, right? Sorry. Had to. Get vaccine, triple mask up, bend over, do whatever, do the hopscotch, dance on one leg. We got variances. I'm sorry. I'm just being a clown. I couldn't end it on a positive note. I had to be the clown. I'm sorry. Well, I don't know. Should we be injecting the bleach? Oh, there it is too, right? I thought that would
Equity
be equal.
block.
I thought you'd appreciate
LW.
that, right? Inject the bleach. We'll consume bleach to help us.
598,961
Lord.
shares.
You can't make this last
Equity
year up
block.
if you tried.
Atco.
You really can't.
317,600 shares.
It's been wild. It's been wild. Dave, that's why you're my brother from a different mother. Get government grant money to analyze this study. And with or without chocolate, does a person function better under COVID and trading? And the effects of being home alone, talking on a mic to clients that you could irritate on any given notice. Whoa. The counter dig. All right. I'll talk to you guys later.
SPY. 403 calls.
Oh, you guys,
April
you made
7th,
my day. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you, Jeff. Thanks, Dave. You guys, Bonnie,
contracts.
awesome stuff. Thank you for messing around. And, I do recognize the fact that it's kind of like a one-way street here. I'm the guy talking and you can only type. So thank you all very much. And I do appreciate that.
FXI. 53 calls. June 18, 2021. 5,300 contracts. Equity Block, SQQQ. 288,100 shares. Equity Block, EFA. 750,000 shares. Equity Block, SPY. 251,189 shares. Equity Block, SPAB. 401,913 shares. Equity Block, LQD. 373,200 shares. Equity Block, ZNGA. 170,900 shares. Equity Block, SPY. 251,189 shares. Equity Block, SQQQ. 386,473 shares. FNKO. 22 calls. April 16, 2021. 1000 tall. 52 puts. April 16, 2021. 1000 contracts. BABA. 220 puts. May 21, 2021. 209 Equity Block. Siri. 510,600 shares. Equity Block. Siri. 255,300 shares. Equity Block. Siri. 255,300 shares. Equity Block. SPIB. 681,200 shares. Equity Block, CNC. 447,014 shares. DKS. 75 puts. April 9, 2021. 508 contracts. JPM. 120 puts. September 17, 2021. 500 contracts. Equity Block, DDD 177,756 shares. Equity Block, PSCE. 314,379 shares. PSXP. 30 puts. April 16, 2021. 9,900. Equity Block, SPY. 502,378 shares. PSXP. 30 puts. April 16, 2021. 2,162 contracts. Equity Block, SPY. 251,189 shares. Equity Block, CSCO. 200,000 shares. Equity block. SPY. 251,189 shares. Equity block. DVY. 362,670 shares. Equity block. IYW. 255,033 shares. UXIN. 2 calls. April 16, 2021. 650 equity block. U 198,000 shares. GME. 12 calls. April 16, 2021. 1,470 contracts. VXX11 puts. May 14, 2021. 610 contracts. Equity Block. NVTA. 193,036 shares. QCOM. 139 calls. April 9, 2021. 100 QCOM. 139 calls. April 9, 2021. 168 contracts. Equity block. LUMN. 150,000 shares. Equity block. FUTU. 165,000 shares. QS. 64 calls. April 16, 2021. 1,823 contracts. Tall. 52 puts. April 16, 2021. 1,363 contracts. VZ. 60 calls. June 18, 2021. 981 contracts. Equity block. SWIR. 174,545 VZ. 60 calls. June 18, 2021. 897 contracts. Equity block. Ease. 194,031 shares. Equity block. DVY. 297,400 shares. Equity block. SPY. 502,378 shares. Equity block. IVOL. 308,437 shares. GLD 161 calls. May 21, 2021. 572 contracts. GLD 161 calls. May 21, 2021. 560 equity block. EC. 500,000 shares. TEF. 5 calls. September 17, 2021. 607 KKR. 47 puts. May 21, 2021. 541 contracts. CPRI. 47 puts. April 9, 2021. 1200 SSRM. 15 calls. May 21, 2021. 700 SSRM. 15 calls. May 21, 2021. 2,825 contracts. EWZ. 32 puts. April 9, 2021. 2,450 contracts. MUFG. 5 puts. August 20, 2021. 1,400 SPY. 403 calls. April 9, 2021. 4,800 SPY. 405 calls. April 9, 2021. 6,004 SSRM. 15 calls. May 21, 2021. 1,451 contracts. MUFG. 5 puts. August 20, 2021. 1,400 SSRM. 15 calls. May 21, 2021. 1,009 Equity Block. PSCE. 978,844 shares. Equity Block. XPEV. 450,000 shares. ARKK 117 puts. April 16, 2021. 1th Equity Block JPST 522,224 shares. RSX 24 puts. May 21, 2021. 644 contracts. Equity Block ENIA 190,000 shares. Equity Block GE 150,000 shares. Rio 86 calls. January 21, 2022. 543 contracts.
All right. Well, nothing needs to be said. I don't think we can do any better than that. Between the email the other day, the energy, and the exciting part about April, we've got banks on, we got energy on, and both banks and energy do well in the month of April. So, Jeff, thanks for the strong arm policy thing. All we need is to make it a trifecta. Holy moly. I mean, if you're going to be bullish, you better have positions on. I think we've done that. And we got filled on a bunch of stuff. So maybe too much, but we'll work on it. Boy, I tell you what, it's not important how a market opens. It's how a market closes. Everyone have a great Easter. I will keep the algo room open because it went, no, it's not in a trade. Son of a bitch, it went short. Thank God it got out. It did not carry up that last part. Here we are closing at 400, the best trade print ever. And this time around, where the strength is coming from, ironically, happens to be, let's review. Best performing today, semis, tech software, OIH, by the way, XOP up 5%. So while Williams is up a little bit today, we came close to, that looked a little scary. As I told you, it's always good to see how it closes. And then Kinder Morgan up 1%. So, I mean, yeah, we could have done a little bit better. But the bottom line is we're still in the game. We put on a little bit of, what was that stock called? Schlumberger, and it's up 3%. Forms a daily high close doji. Y'all have a great Easter. I'll see you Monday. I was going to tell you, I was going to post that deal about the hours for your convenience in the room. Bear with me a second.
Equity block. MRO. 261,076 shares.
I don't know if that's going to work. Where did I put it? Hold on, gang. Yeah, that might be hard. There's the image, the copy image that you can get that from. Friday, I don't know why, but Globex, Good Friday holiday schedule. And you can see 8:15 Central Time. CT does not sound for it's Central Time, as you know. And then 10:15 on interest rates and 10:15 on FX. I told you I didn't understand why they were doing that. Metals, energy closed. Grains closed. No one's going to be eating meat on Friday, so they're closed anyway. Okay, have a great weekend. There's your, it's the posting of trading hours. Trading, maybe it came late. Maybe it came on time, but I told you I was going to do it. Trading hours for Good Friday. All right, Control V and paste it. I think listed below. All right, kids, have a good one. Thank you.
Equity block. BAM. 161,237 shares. Equity Block, BFLY. 150,000 shares. Equity Block, Unit. 364,420 shares. Equity Block, GE. 197,300 shares. Equity Block, SPY. 251,164 shares. Equity Block, IVOL. 329,386 shares. Equity Block, SPY. 251,164 shares. Equity Block, SPY. 251,164 shares. Equity Block, SPY. 251,164 shares. Equity Block, ELA. 198,560 shares. Equity Block, JNK. 500,000 shares. Equity Block, GFI. 183,490 shares. Equity Block, SPY. 251,164 shares. Equity Block, HYG. 625,000 shares. Equity Block, MDGL. 423,728 shares. SPY. 406 calls. April 9, 2021. 2,339 contracts. Equity Block, VIAC. 180,000 shares. Equity Block, SQQQ. 698,950 shares. Equity Block, IEF. 400,000 shares. Equity Block, SQQQ. 379,349 shares.
All right, we should be good to go and good to go in time spreads. All right. How's everyone? Welcome to the private webinar for this Thursday.
Equity Block,
Good bullish day, I
EFA.
would have to say.
2
right?
million shares.
Strong close. Not too surprising because obviously we've been talking about this setup for a long time. And that setup being the break here, which is going to take us higher, I believe. This one, where we had all the multiple touches, and then it just kind of breaks to the upside. So everything's looking good. from that perspective. S&P made new all-time highs and should continue. And RUT is lagging a little bit and is now in the middle of the range. So be careful with Russell. Russell's probably not the place to be. It is just coming up to the 61.8, so it needs to cross that in order to have a little bit more of a show of strength. I would, to be honest with you, since I think the market is so strong here, and I think the NDX is going to go back to that level, and it's probably drag the Russell with it at some point. And I'm not, we'll see. I'm not, obviously, we can't do anything now. The market's closed, but probably a good idea for a broken wing butterfly or a ratio spread against that prior high area or something like that. So we'll see where that takes us, like right up in here. There's potential for that. Somebody in chat, I think it was Travis, was asking me, could we look at the sectors? Certainly. It's not a problem. As far as S&P sectors, I imagine is what you're talking about. So let's look at that. So energy was actually leading today, believe it or not. It was XLE. I mean, in terms of percentage change from the open. And that's interesting because, I mean, I really wasn't focused on crude at all today, but, I mean, really just kind of chopping. But obviously with everything strong in the market, this could be something if it crosses over this prior high here. Remember, we had the XLE trade and we took it off. I think we did the exact right thing because it's surprising to me even that the XLE was strong because there is sector rotation. But keep in mind this white, this area right here. So maybe there's a play there. And the same thing could be done. It could be ratio spread or some sort of broken wing butterfly against here. The only problem is with stuff like this, there is not a whole lot of volatility and you won't get a whole lot of premium in there. So I'm not sure if we can really do anything, but I'm just going through these sectors because somebody asked. Financials were pretty strong as well. And that also has a shelf, which is noteworthy. All right, here's a little bit of a shelf. So we know how we treat shelves. We expect that they'll break out of the shelf and go a bit higher. Next is XLC, which is communication services. That was pretty strong as well, kind of in the middle of the range. So a lot of the stuff that was relatively weak before is waking up. XLK obviously woke up the most because that's tech. XLB, which is materials, has just kind of sitting up there, looks all right. XLP is staples. This could be a buy now on a pullback because this is where a lot of the rotation is happening, as you can see, where basically this and healthcare was weak today. So this actually might be a pullback buy. We could look at that because I don't think it falls apart completely, but it would be better if it came down to the 20, to this prior high breakout point. That would be much better. So make a note of that, of staples. Then we have XLRE. We don't pay too much attention to that one, but very strong. That's good because I own that O, which I've always say I like the O. It's that monthly dividend payer. I do like that stock. I've had that in a couple of long-term accounts forever. XLI is industrials. Still looking good, although, they pulled back yesterday on the sector rotation. Let me see here. XLY, consumer discretionary. I wouldn't mess with that. That's not doing anything. XLV is healthcare. Also showing a little bit of relative weakness because of the rotation. That's the one I said had a lot of kind of rotation out of it today. And finally, utilities, which I think are acting okay here because the only thing you need to be worried about when the market's at all-time highs is if the utilities are really high, but they're not. They're not up here. They're just sort of middling along here. So, and if real estate is strong, you expect this one to be strong too. So I think it's okay. I think for the most part, it's okay. All right, those are our sectors. Somebody said, do I have any thoughts on emerging markets? Not really. It's not one I trade very often. That's the EEM. Nice pullback to the 20. So it could be. Could be. Let's talk about Fangman plus T. This is all stuff I'm going to be talking about in the video. So you guys are kind of getting like a sneak peek into what I'm going to be talking about. I mean, my topics for the video this weekend are going to be actually very, very similar to this webinar. You know, I'm going to be talking about, the video is actually going to be titled NDX, You Did It, Now Take a Bow. And when we talk about being selective in Fangman plus T, I'm going to do a trade of the week about the SPX one that we had yesterday, which worked out so well. And, you know, the main part of the video, I think, is talking about which one of these names to be in and just understand that some stuff is asleep. So I think we all have to agree that Apple is just really not doing much. I think it will wake up. It acts like this sometimes. And then it just wakes up. You know, you have periods where it's just slow. I think personally there could be a large seller in the name. That is what would make most sense to me. We did break trend twice actually, and we did hold trend here, which is good. But there's obviously a seller there, I think. I mean, what else would be holding it back, right? Especially in such a bullish environment like today. And even yesterday it closed weak. It fell back below the midpoint. It closed above the trend line, but really a weak close yesterday. Although the market backed off into the close as well. But still, I think eventually this pressure that it's building will, you know, we'll springboard it out of there. And best case scenario would be for if it could come to here and spend some time, because this is an obvious area where there's a major inflection point. It was a breakout point. It was a support point. It was a breakdown point. It was a resistance point. It was a resistance point again. So this would really build a lot of pressure to kind of stay between 125 and 127. And that then if the market's bullish, that would cause the spring here, especially towards earnings. We're still very early into April, and Apple's going to report on the 29th on Thursday. So it could take some time. We'll see. And we'll see what they announce, right? If they announce more buyback or whatever, maybe that's what pushes it. Maybe it doesn't move until the earnings, and maybe that pushes it. I don't know. But you know, I'm a big believer in their story. So I think it'll be just fine. And we certainly have a lot of time for the trades that we have on. We're not going to get into trades yet, but it's actually interesting because we have 2 Apple trades on, and both of them are going to be fine. One, we already have the cost down to 0. The other one's a big debit, but we've got so much time on our side. We're not really sweating it right now. And you know, the kid is going to get the debit out of there, right? You know that. I mean, come on, it's me. We're not gonna sit around with $2.60 against us or whatever, right? We'll pull something out of, you know, we'll pull a rabbit out of the hat at some point. That's the beauty of options. So Apple is not really participating, but let's look at some others. Facebook, I think, looks all right, although not a really strong candle today. Amazon crossed the downtrend line here and did have a strong close. So I'm paying attention to this line here. I didn't want to do a position in it. Like, I think I want you guys to understand, and this is part and parcel of what I'm talking about in the video, and what I'm going to be talking about in the video is I try to give you guys the best stuff. And that's really what I'm into too. So honestly, QQQ, Microsoft, and Google, QQQ, you got to be in it. I mean, right? It would be a shame if we didn't do something in QQQ. We did something in QQQ that expired today that worked out great. And we have to be in it again, because if you believe in the NDX story, you have to have some big, wide trade that's going to capture a big part of that move. So I felt that it makes sense to go with a 1x3 that was 10 wide, give it a couple weeks. It's not even a full 2 weeks. Remember, the market's closed tomorrow. So we're talking about 9 trading days. And I know QQQ isn't a Fangman plus T, but you know, what's the play? The play is that we go back to the highs within a couple weeks. And if we get there faster, I still think we'll be okay. We'll be all right. I don't think we go parabolic like straight up there. I think, you know, market will probably cool it at some point. But continuing on with those names, right? Microsoft, just phenomenal. So that's a good one to be in. That we got that. Google, absolutely phenomenal. I think the main takeaway with Google is that once they reported last time, with all the weakness in in NDX due to the rate scare, which has come and gone, right? As we discussed, market will move on to the next shiny object. I think the next shiny object now is infrastructure, reopening, vaccines, Q4 earnings, right? That's the market's focusing on different stuff, right? Google never pulled back during all that time. It never did anything. So I think it's going to be relatively easy to at least get to the all-time high at 45. And in that trade, I purposely didn't want to target the 45.50 area. I wanted to target higher because I thought we could go higher. So I thought it made sense to do a 2120, 2170, get at least 50 points out of it. I would prefer a better risk reward than $20 versus $50. I would have liked to pay 15, but remember, we already brought in almost $4, like 360 on the put BWBs. So we assume the put BWBs go to zero. Now, instead of 19, we paid just over 15, right? So maybe right around 1550 it would be exactly. So 1550 isn't bad for 50, and we'll do something else again. We're not done with that. We'll sell something else, even on the call side. As we go higher, if we can get the stock much higher, I wouldn't even mind doing a smaller call vertical against it. All right. Continuing on with the same theme, Tesla. I think one to stay away from, right? Again, it's all about being selective. Which ones did we pick? Which ones are the ones to be in Fangman plus T? Well, Tesla is not one of them. I mean, it literally spent the entire day going down, even as the market was ripping to the upside. And this is the reason why, even though it didn't work out, I want you guys to recall that there's a method to my madness. What about trade 593? I mean, $40 is really a scratch. To me, anything less than 100 on either side is just kind of negligible. You either make 100, lose 150, whatever. So paid $40 for the potential of that spread, 4 units. It could have blown up nicely. The reason I did it is because I felt that Tesla was relatively weak. I just didn't like the way it was trading. And I thought there was potential that maybe the H doesn't work out, to the upside, and it just kind of falls apart. And my main thought process was, to be honest with you, I didn't think we would go all the way to 500. I just thought that if this move here sub 6 went to like 580, 570, we would see that 530, 500 spread blow up strongly. Remember, we only paid 10 cents for it, so it had a lot of potential. So, I don't know what's going to happen now. I think the stock is something just to stay away from at this point. It's not a, I'd like to see it lower for a longer term buy, but not here at these levels. This is just very ugly. So anyway, that's the situation. Know what to be in. Let me look at NVIDIA and Netflix as well. NVIDIA is one of the stronger ones, although it is middling. I would potentially do something against this prior high here and expect that maybe we see a prior high. We could even look at it as a channel high like this. So maybe potentially we go to here, 630. I don't know what kind of credit there is there. That's not enough credit really to do anything. So we'll see, but I'll keep it on the radar. I would like to do something against it. That's really the only type of play that I'm comfortable with when a stock is in the middle of a range. That's also something you should take note of. When a stock is in the middle of a range and you want to do something, like even though the technicals don't really support it, find a structure that doesn't cost you anything, because you're really betting on, because then you kind of win either way. Goes up, you win. Goes sideways, you win. Goes down, you can still win. Whereas if you're betting, think of how different this pattern is to Google, right? It's a difference in what you're willing to do, what you're willing to pay. I had no qualms laying out $19 a unit for that. And I have a lot more than one unit, right? I just like it. Made sense. I don't want to be in something cheap, because you get what you pay for. I don't want to be in a ratio or butterfly. I looked at a bunch of different spreads in Google, and finally I was just like, okay, we got to do something. This is going to get away from us. And that was it. We've done that before where there's been high conviction. So, I think that matters a lot. Is know, what type of spread to apply to what you're doing. Netflix is starting to look good finally, and I'm excited about this because we're going to start revisiting the rinse repeat trade against the 600 and against the channel here, which worked out so well for us so many times in the past. That has been a great trade for many, many times, and I think it will continue to be so. But Netflix needs to be a bit higher to effectuate it. So what we would do is on a rally Monday, if we get it, I would expect that the stock potentially has some kind of pause right here. And if it moves up to that level around 550, then we'll be looking for like that 575, 600, 1/3 or something like that. So it'll be good. We will be looking for that. And that's basically it. That's the Fangman plus T in a nutshell. Does anybody have any questions just on